అవునా? లేదా మంచిదిలే.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have shared the link to access the recording of yesterday and today. Today we'll upload after this section complete. And you can find your user ID, that is login ID and password to access the recording. I have pasted in the chat box. Hope you
Okay.
can able to access.
Yeah, sure. We'll check.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys, we'll start another minute, yeah. Yeah, so let's get started, guys. Yeah, so we talked about what we call most of the transformations supported by data integration. Yeah, uh, like hierarchy related transformations, hierarchy parser, hierarchy builder, um, structure parser. Yeah, so we talked about all of them. Apart from that, we have also talked about other transformations like expression, lookup, join, yeah, and other small transformations. Yeah. I think we have done that. So finally, we talked about like how to talk to database, right? It's like how to configure connection settings so that we could able to pull the data from the Oracle database table, right? So we have done that. Yeah. So now on today's session, we are going to talk about what leftover topics. Like we have a task flows, parameterization, and then we would get into some admin activity, then followed by application integration. Yeah, that's a plan for today's session. So let me just start getting into the presentation. Yes. So yeah. So can you see guys here? So today our primary focus point should be on cloud application integration. So rest of them are very small pieces. Yeah. Remember guys, this particular application integration is required to talk to what? External applications. Yeah. So those applications could be of any kind. Remember that, right? For example, if you look at here, authentication and then followed by perform some operations like marketing, accounting, or whatever. Yeah. So any kind of application can talk to our platform, which we call cloud integration platform. Can you see here? Some of the what I call external applications that you can see over here. One, from business partners. Second, from cloud applications like Salesforce, whatever. Third, on-premise applications like database files and so on. And fourth, authorized authorities applications like government, yeah. Then social network, anything. In simple terms, any application can talk to this AI in order to what we call make multiple applications to talk to each other. That is the primary goal of this particular what we call app integration. Right now, what are the major things that we have as part of this particular IICS? To answer that, we can say there are three parts over here. One, data integration part that we have done most of the activities, and then app integration to talk to other applications. And now the question: once you build an application, can we manage one manipulation or editing existing API specification? And second, can we what we call delete or activate or reactivate or deploy? So such things, there are what I call API manipulations. Can we do it? Answer is yes. If yes, where do you do it? By using what? API manager, which is going to be another microservice. Yeah? Now the question, this will be used between what? Cloud and on-prem. This is a common thing, guys. So most of the cases, we will be using APIs between what? Cloud and on-prem. Yeah. So that's about what I call three major pieces of IICS. So I think we talked about first one. We are going to talk about rest two of them on today's session. Yeah. So remember, guys. So this is going to be app integration is going to be what one of the single point of interface through which we can perform real-time analytics by building what processes, and those processes could be what I call built and then deployed and then published so that anybody can make use of it. Remember that, yeah. But what does this particular process contains? It all depends on what end user expects. Based on that, one can start building a process and make it available to consumers. Remember that, yeah. Now, when it comes to usage, right? See, IICS, they have just made like other cloud storage providers, like pay per use. So, based on what you need, you can just pay for it and start making use of it. That is how this particular what I call cloud, which means what cloud works, which means what this is just like a what subscribers, like who want they can just subscribe and start getting it used. That is the main intention of this particular IICS platform. Now the question, we can ask question, we talked about data integration, then what is the essence of getting into this particular CAI? Remember guys, nowadays this expanding or building application, right, in most of the enterprise industries, right, they're all trying to what? Expanding their existing applications, yeah, along with what? Data to multiple cloud deployments. Now the question, now the trend is towards that. Yeah, what you call one is an application part, second is what? Um, Deployment part. In that case, from Informatica perspective, can you take care of doing or taking care of those things? Answer is yes. That's where we need to start what we call building CAI, which is a cloud application integration, which is going to help us to make multiple applications, which could be on cloud applications or on-prem cloud applications, whatever, right? We can make them talk to each other. But most of the cases, cloud to cloud, we will be using cloud server, cloud to on-prem, on-prem to on-prem, we would be using local server. That's the ideal case, guys, but it's not mandatory. Though we have a cloud server, if you provide access to all on-prem, right, we can still use it, yeah, and vice versa, yeah. So vice versa in the sense, if we have access to cloud applications from local agent, right, we can still do that. But in reality, it will take a lot of time to get that job done. That is why cloud to cloud, we go with a cloud hosted agent, and then on-prem to cloud or cloud to on-prem to on-prem, we go with what? Local agent. Yeah. So that is the best practice. Yeah. Now the next question: what are the major features that would be offered from this? What I call whatever IICS with CA. Yeah. This is a single tool for what we can create an API and which can be used for real-time analysis, analytics, and analysis, and create a process and get it automated and published so that anybody can make use of it. So with a single interface, we can take care of these three activities. One, creation; second, real-time analytics; third, automation part. Plus, we can also take care of it for what event management. Yeah. So any change that happens, we can just take care of those events and publish it so that according to events, right, this process would act. Then agent part, we all know that it is just a program which is going to help us to talk to cloud and on-prem. That's it. Using what? In between firewall. I think we talked about it. Plus, remember guys, whatever IICS that we have, right, it supports many connectors, so which is 150 whatever. Plus, we can also have our own custom connectors which can be integrated to what IICS. Yeah? So now let us focus on this process designer. So one of the major component within this CAI, which is what? Process designer. So which is going to help us to create a process, which we call it as what? API, by using simple drag drop capabilities. And once you do that, within each process, you will have what? Start step, logic, and end step. Like a ETL. It's not ETL actually. Start pin where we initiate, and then logic where we build the expected requirements, and then we end it. So we can have n number of ends, but starting point will do only one, because we can have multiple branches, right? Each branch, once you meet that requirement, you can just end it. So that's where we can have multiple end steps. So that's it. We can also take care of this parallel processing, error handling, decision making, all that. So we have got multiple steps, guys. Like we can see a decision step we have, and we have parallel step we have. We also have got a throw step to take care of error handling, and we got some more steps that anyway we are going to see, like a create step we have, and we also have got what we call receive and signal, whatever message, whatever, right? We got multiple steps. All of them we are going to see. Yeah? That's about app integration. Plus, let us say you have built n number of what I call applications. I repeat, let us say you have built n number of applications. Now the question, can we start what I call getting it monitored through some means? Answer is yes. So yes, based on what? By using application integration console, which is going to help us, one, to monitor, second, to manage. Yeah, for all the APIs or processes that have been built by using process designer, right? And based on the roles, whatever appropriate permissions. Yeah? And cloud server, I think we talked about, right? So if you want to make multiple applications to talk to applications, means a cloud applications, then we can use this. Yeah. So I think we talked about it. And for local to cloud or cloud to local, right, we can use security, local security. This is a high level, what I call explanation about this cloud application integration. Yeah. But anyway, we are going to talk about what we call with some more things like app connections, service connectors, and what are the different ways through which we can create service connectors and application connections, plus how to build a process, then how to build a guide for interactive mode. Then we would also try to what I call integrate with the data integration if needed. Yeah. So all that we are going to see anyway, right? That is the first thing, guys. The next thing is what we talked about. One of the major piece within this IICS is what? API manager. So we know we talked about CAI and data integration. Now, why do we need this particular API manager? Remember, it will be used to deploy manage and control the usage of APIs. Remember this. For example, we can start what we call managing API by using what? Either REST protocol or SOAP protocol. Remember that. Apart from that, we can also use this particular each API or API manager one to activate API, deactivate API. We can also take care of versioning like 1.0, 1.1, whatever. And if not needed, we can also delete that particular API. Plus, we can also enforce authentication, authorization for each of those APIs by using what? API manager. We've got like restrictions. One based on the rate limit, which is what are the interval through which we can run each of the process. Let's say we have executed. Can you run immediately after 1 second? That we can restrict. We can run only after 10 seconds or 10 minutes or 1 hour, whatever, right? That we can set by using what? Rate limit policy. Plus, we can also have a cache limit that also can be set. IP filtering, in the meaning what? We can set the range, IP range, like let's say 192.162.1.1 to 192.162.1.100. So within that only, this particular API can be executed. If we provide other than that, it would not work. Plus privacy part, like who can access what, that also we can restrict. Yeah? So plus we can also set what we call grouping. In the sense we can add a group and add a number of APIs within the group, and group level access also can be taken care of. Yeah? Fine. So then apart from that, we have got dashboard like how much is usage of each API and who all have used it with respect to roles or whatever. And then those things can be seen as part of a dashboard. Plus, we can also see activities performed on each of those APIs by using what? Activity log and events that have been in place for each of those APIs. There's one more security logs where we could able to see authentication, authorization for each of those APIs. Yeah. I hope you all hear me. Yes. Amit, Avinash, all right. So that's it about API manager, guys. Anyway, we are going to see with some examples. There is a separate service where we could able to see list of APIs that I kept it a screenshot. Then we can start looking at all services. Then we can also see managed APIs. Can you see our managed services? Which means you can go and manipulate API properties like active or deactivate, whatever, right? All such things can be done here. That's it. Yeah? So that's what we have as part of this. Is a rate policy I talked about, right? Like how to restrict, how to provide restrictions for each of the APIs, like IP filtering and the rate policy and group level restriction. And finally, we have dashboard where we could able to see analytics, like the usage of this particular API, yeah, and also top APIs that have been used, top users who are using this particular API, and activity logs, like what kind of activities that have been performed for each of those APIs, and security log also, I said it. So like who access this with respect to what access privileges. So that's a very high level way of understanding what I call how this particular what I call API manager is going to work. Any questions, guys, from anybody?
So are we going to cover this, I mean, end-to-end use case, like building an API, publishing and...
Yes. We are going to do that
Okay.
today, Karthik. Yeah, we'll spend more time on that, Karthik. Yeah, fine. You got right, Karthik? Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Yeah, now let us talk about JSON. Yesterday we talked about one, XSD, second, XML, third, WSDL. We talked about, right? Yes or no? We did not talk about JSON because today we are going to see at least one example by using what? JSON. Yeah. So further, first we need to understand what is JSON, right? JavaScript object notation. That's okay. This is a superset of XML, guys. One, ease of use. Second, better, easy to understand. And second, third is what we call bit fast compared to XML. That's yeah. There are some benefits, but anyway, because it has come after XML, right? Some benefits will be there always. Yeah. So we would also talk about exam syntax, example schema, like how JSON schema would look like, how to validate it by using a tool, whatever. Then next step is what can we use JSON with a Python? One, to read the data from JSON file. Second, to write data to a JSON file. Yeah. And what are the properties that we have in JSON? How to get it accessed by using what Python. So if you just import appropriate JSON, right, then we could able to get the properties associated to JSON file. So we have module, right, in Python. Yeah. So these are the topics that we will take a look at it in a short time. Yeah. So JavaScript object notation. This particular JSON would follow what name value pairs like XML. XML also follows same thing, right? There's nothing different from that. Yeah. So now this is just a structure. We represent it by using a structure. And now extension will be .json, guys. Just remember, key value pairs will be like this, which means name is a key, value is what John. Just remember that. Yeah. Example, can you see here? This is the name value, age value, address, set of members corresponding values, and children what you call some values. That's it. This is how what you call JSON would look like. In simple terms, it follows what key value pairs or name value pairs. Now let us look at the structure that we have as part of this particular JSON. Can you see guys here? Type, object properties, then name, type string, age, type integer, address. Within that we have what you call street, this one, city, this one. That's it. This is how what a structure of JSON would look like. Simple. This is going to be the complex type. This is going to be simple type. First column, right? This is going to be simple type. And second is what? Second and third. They are the complex types. Yeah. In XML also we have seen, right? Simple and complex types. Yeah. Yesterday we have seen it. But this looks to be simple compared with what XML syntax wise, right? Now let us talk about how do what I call integrate with JSON for Python, which means can we use Python scripting or programming language in order to pull the data from JSON and push data to JSON, which means read and write operations to make it very simple. For that, we need to import a module which we call JSON module. Once imported, then we can just open that particular JSON file and close. Simple, guys. If you take any programming language, right, you will have simple file management operations like open a file, write data to a file, read data from a file, and close the descriptor. These are the common things, guys. Same thing, we do it here also, like open a file, load file, which is a read, and then close it. That's all. Now, once we have it, now let us say we need to get or we need to pull the properties or whatever from this particular what JSON file. So if you want that, so this is how we write it. Open it, dump. Dump is a function. So reading part we have done, writing part we have done. Now we need to pull each property values. For example, load JSON if you do right, you have stored in person object. Then person name. Name is a property. So use within a person, you have what? Name. Get this name. That's it. Similarly, load JSON again. Person age. Age is another what you call attribute. That we know it, right? Again, load JSON. Third, address. So, from address, street attribute. That's it. So this is how what you call JSON is going to work. We know how the JSON would look like. What is the JSON? How the JSON would look like with respect to structure, right? And then how to perform read and write operations by using JSON. That's all, guys, about JSON. What do you call structure and also data. We can have JSON for both structure and data, but most of the cases we would be using it for structure. Yeah. Yeah. So any questions, guys? So with this, we know different kinds of structures like a JSON, XML, WSDL, XSD, all that we talked about it. With XSD, WSDL, I think we have already done examples with XML. They're all covered. JSON, I've not covered. Before I cover, right, I need to make sure that concept is clear first. Then we can get into practical examples. That anyway, we are going to do on today's session, because there is a concept of service connector where we are going to see what like how to build our own connector by using what JSON, in the sense which in turn would refer swaggers. I'll talk about it. So that's about theoretical part, guys. Now let's jump into the practical examples. So I request everyone to log on to the tool. Yeah. Yeah. So please log on to the tool, guys. What is this? Fine. Please log in. Yeah. From data integrators, there are something which are left over. We'll talk about it. Yeah. Like a task we have not done. Task flow. Do an example. Then we'll come out from that. Yeah. So click on data integration, guys. All. Yes. Now let us start understanding what you call tasks. Yeah. Let us start with the task only. Remember, guys, we all know any programming language, right? Especially object-oriented programming language. Yeah. So within that, we have got two things or two concepts. One is a class, another is what? Object. Class is what? A blueprint or a template to construct a number of objects. We all know, right? Yes or no? Object is what? An instance of a class. Clear, no? For now, same concept holds good even in what IICS especially data integration. Yeah? So what is the class here? Mapping. What is the object here? Task. Why? Task is a runnable element. Mapping is what? Not runnable element. Yeah? Though we executed it, but internally it is going to create a task and get it executed. This is a concept, guys. So now let us understand, like for example, can you run mapping from outside? Can you run mapping from outside, guys? Answer is no. Now, how do you do that? That is where we need to create a runnable element, which we call a task. Yeah. So now within this task, we got several types. Yeah. For example, the first and foremost thing is going to be what mapping task. So where we can supply mapping as input. Then We can just schedule or supply parameters and then whatever. Yeah? That's what we do. Similarly, we also have got another type of task, which is synchronization task, in order to make multiple medias which are in sync. In the sense, let's say source is the file and target is what? DB. Can we make these two media's data in sync? Yes, by using what? Synchronization task. This synchronization task can be taken care with what we call manipulation or without manipulation, which means we can apply filter data can be sent to what? A target. So that's also very much possible, right? So that's where what we call data transfer based on synchronization task would take place. Likewise, we have another type of task which we call replication. Remember, guys, it's the most widely used type of task because we never know what happens to each of those medias. For example, let's say we are in India where we have got data center and due to some reason, let's say data center got collapsed. In that case, do you have any fallback option to get the data retrieved? Answer should be yes. Then if yes means how do you take care? By using what? Replication tasks. Maintain similar copies in some other locations like US, German, whatever, right? So that we could able to get the data retrieved back. That we could achieve it by using replication tasks. Now, let us try getting into the practical examples. Then we'll see like how are we going to combine n number of tasks and so that we can start building task flows. Yeah, that's the next step. Let's focus on independent tasks. Guys, I think you all have logged in, right, under this cloud system. Yes or no? All logged in? Guys, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have logged in.
Fine. So now let us create a new task. Click on new task. First one, right? First asset. Now we got a mapping task, synchronization task, replication task. We have three types of tasks, right? Yeah. Select one of them and create it. Hey, what happened? So net. 1 second, let me switch.
Even I'm facing the same issue.
Yeah. So now please select mapping task. Is it fine? Could you able to see it now? So the network is slow, no? So you'll get such kind of problems. So I switch the network. So select mapping task and click on create, guys. Yeah, supply mapping task with let's say sample. A runtime environment, please select local agent. Yeah. Guys, you're all doing right? All. Amit, Tavina, Chandan. Yeah. So today topics, independent topics, guys. Even if you have not attended yesterday for yesterday, you can still do it today. Yeah. Now click on select and now select any what mapping. There's a mapping inner join. Yeah. So that's it. Now we could able to see preview here just to make sure whether we are using the right mapping or not. Yeah. Then click on next. Yeah.
Can you show that
Can you
again?
see here, guys?
Where you added
Yes,
mapping?
please.
Where you added
Yeah.
mapping? Can you show that again?
Okay. So can you see there is a In mapping, there is mapping label, right? Click and select. Can you see here?
Yeah.
Click and select, which will take you to what? Project and folder. So we have used extract folder, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So within that, select appropriate mapping. So I've selected inner join. Yeah?
Okay. Yesterday's one.
Yesterday's one, yes. Right? Clear, no? Okay, all done, guys?
Yes.
Okay, good, Prakash. So now click on next. Now we can also configure scheduling options. Can you see here? If you don't want run and schedule, we can run on demand. Run this based on schedule. So we can also specify the schedule here. If you already have it, we can select it, or we can also create it based on occurrence or whatever, right? And get it scheduled. Yeah? Or else on-demand execution means first radio button can be selected. That's a default anyway. Now, if you want to notify to appropriate recipient, right? We can always specify the mail ID. Yeah? For example, I'll supply here my mail ID like in all cases, let us say in case of failure, in case of warning, in case of success. Yeah. Whichever you want, you can just put it. It's not mandatory that all should be filled in here. Yeah. Failure case, one group, warning case, some other group, success case, some other group. It could be even that way also, right? Fine. Now, pre and post. If you have anything before we start this task, if you want to perform some activity, you can place the script or command here. Similarly, post. Now, log files by default, guys, you'll have 10 log files which will be created as part of server side. If you want to increase, you can always increase it. Yeah. Schema change would happen asynchronous by default. And next thing is what can you see? Parameter file. We will talk about that concept also, which means how to create a parameter file and how to place in specific location and how to add parameters and how to refer those parameters at task level. Yeah, that also we are going to see after this example. Let's see. Yeah, after tasks. Now, cloud hosted, if you want, you can just use it. By default, we are using a local agent. Yeah, and mode of log level standard. If you want, let's say if you have some issues on this task where you need to get detailed messages, then you can just enable verbose radio button. Yeah, fine, guys. And push on optimization. This is for optimization, guys. I'll talk about optimal things later. Even session properties, or we got automation settings. Click on finish. That's it. This is a simple way to create what you call task from the scratch based on existing mapping. Once it is done, we could able to see summary information over here. Here, who created, updated, all that, like we registered, right, with this mail ID. So that's what we can see here. And then on which location where we pulled out this particular mapping. And then these are the automation settings, which we have not done anything here. Then preview part can be seen. In the bottom, we could also able to see input output parameters. Yeah. And then finally, we can see schedule if it is a schedule, and email notification, and also some advanced options. Huh? That's it, guys. Like how one can create a task from the scratch based on existing mapping. Now, let us run it and see whether we are going to expect a result as part of target or not. Target here is what? Join. So let's go to eDrive and okay, target. Let us see this. Yeah, so we got it, no? 1014. Now only it got created, right? So you can see this. Can you see here? We got join data. This is what full outer join, because matching records are left unmatched ones, right unmatched ones, which is equal to what? Full outer join. I think we talked about it, right? Yes or no? Guys, I think we're all on the same page. Amit, Avinash, Chandan,
Yes.
Karthik, all. Yeah.
Yeah, even I got the mail about successfully ran.
Oh, good. So that part I've not opened it. Let me open that mail. Yes, you'll get notification because it's successful, right? You'll get a success notification. Karthik, what you said is right, Karthik. Yes, can you see here? We got it. We got a mail here. Yeah. So see here, you can see clearly here, organization name and mapping name inner join, right? And source connection, target, all that we can see join result and total number of rows that are successful. That's it. Yeah. So that's fantastic. I think complete end-to-end flow we covered with the first example, right? So now let's move on to the next example. Huh? Guys, is it clear to everyone? Huh? If you have any questions, please shoot out, guys. This is not refreshed, but anyway, it's successful. Any questions from anybody? Prabhakar, Pradeep, Prakash, Raghu, all. Swati, Sriya, Manmohan. You're all there, right? Manmohan?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Now let us get into what? Building another task, which is a synchronization task. Let's quickly do that. So task synchronization or replication. Let's start the replication. From and to. That's all we need to specify as part of application. Yeah? So replication, let's say two medias. Right? All objects you can specify here. Let us say any connection, whatever you have, right? Like yesterday we created Vora connection, right? Yes or no? Please select that. So which means we are going to copy all the objects from this particular specified connection to the destination that we are going to see. If you want to include only specifics, we can also click on this radio button. Anyway, let's be, I think we have got only three objects, right? Let us get all of them. Yesterday we saw T, T1, T2, whatever, right? Now we can select target connection. So let's say target connection. So by default prefix is force actually, but you can say DB underscore, because database things we are trying to copy now, right? We can also specify replication options, incremental loads, whatever. By default, all. Click on next. Yes. If you want to include some fields, like yesterday, I think Karthik was trying to ask questions, right? So this is where normally we take care with this way or by using what I call parameterization, like excluding fields while transferring data to a target. Runtime we have to focus on that. Compile time in the sense when you build, when you design any mapping, whatever, right? That time we should never exclude any fields. Yeah, we need to leave it to the end user to take a call on that. Yeah, that's right. It can be done at task level or it can also be done at parameterization level. That's the best practice, guys. Yeah. Click on next. Now, if you want to limit the number of records, we can also apply a filter here. Click on new. If you want to apply, or else you can just ignore it. Fine. Let's say we are going to make a complete copy onto this specified destinations. Click on next. Yeah. Here these things are the same as earlier, guys. So let's not repeat that. We know that already. And click on finish. Yeah. Now run it. So here we are trying to make a blind copy from database connection to the specified destination connection, right? This one, right? Anyway, it is running. See, there are three tasks here, which because there are three objects. That's what it means. See, first task, second task, third task. For every source object, right, there is going to be separate subtask that will be spawned by data integration tool. Yeah. See, now all are completed. Now we can just verify this in the target. Can you see, guys? DB test T, T1, and test 1. That's all. I can just open the data. See, first has got one record that is done. And second, we can also see that this also has got same one record. And third, you can also see that. And third also has got one record with a different value. That's it, guys. So this is how we can make a copy from one to another. Yeah. I hope all of you got the same result. Yes or no? Chandan, Avinash, Mangal, Karthik, Neeta, Prabhakar, all.
Yes.
Good. So now let us start understanding another type of task, which is synchronization. Yeah. So yeah, that's similar to this, bit different. So let us also understand with a filter, because in this example we did not apply any filter to perform replication. Now in synchronization, let us try to create a task with a filter in that. Yeah. Synchronization task with filter condition. Yeah. Which means we are going to what you call send the data to a target with a limit, in the sense with a condition. Yeah. So now select what type of task operation, which is let's say insert. Then click on next. Yeah. Now specify the source connection. Anything. So let us say we are specifying source connection, which is a file, whatever. Yeah. And select any file. So here we can see list of files here. Select one of them. Example seq1.txt. And scroll down. You could able to see select button. Click on select, done. Now click on next, where we are going to configure the target connection details. Yes, supply TCT connection. Then click on select. So here you can select any target here. For example, let us say whatever, no? Aggregation result, whatever. Yeah. Click on next. Then click on next. Okay, filter, right? In this, let us try to apply the filter condition. Yeah. So, okay, here, right? We can also click on data filters, or we can also click on back. Yeah. So click on new. and select object seq1, right? So now we can select C1 and let's say greater than 1. We are using this what single quote because input type is a string. Yeah, clear guys, all? Yes, and then say okay. Then click on next. Then scheduling options are similar to earlier. Yeah. And field mapping, if you want to apply some adding a map plate or some logic, right, we can do it, or else it's optional. That's it. Click on finish. Yeah. So this is how we can create a synchronization task and run this. Yeah. Oh, it's still referring old one, right? So now, yeah, it is completed, guys. Now we can see the result here, aggregation result, right? That's what target we gave. So we got C1, C2, C3, whatever, right? So that's it, guys. How synchronization would work. Yeah. So because we get greater than 1, right? See, 477 is greater than 1. First record is skipped here. Yes or no? That's all. Now, the next question, we will talk about another concept which we call the parameterization. Yeah. Right? So which means task part we know. We have got many pre-built templates like integration task, warehousing task, or plans task, all that, right? I think yesterday I talked about theory, right? So that you guys can explore. So because we've already done as part of mappings, right? Like for example, if you take integration task, like with a lookup, with a join, we have templates. We just have to use it. Yeah? Now, let us talk about another concept which we call parameterization. Meaning what? Supply value or values to a parameter, yeah, or two parameters at runtime is what we call parameterization. Meaning this particular parameterization would be achieved by using what? Param file. So we can create a param file and then within that we can add n number of parameters. For example, let's say just now we talked about one parameter, right? That's a filter. Yeah? So we can have parameter, let's say filter with a value, that's a 1. Yeah? That's it. And this is left side is what? Parameter name. Right side is what? Parameter value. Likewise, this particular param file would follow what? Simple name value pairs, which means left side is a name, right side is what? Value. That's it, guys. Like how this particular what you call param file would be created. Yeah, clear? Concept is clear, right? Yes or no, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let us start doing it. So first thing, remember, like if you take a power center, well, let me not compare. See, there are pre-built or default locations where we can place the parameter file. Second, we can place parameter file anywhere in the disk, but we need to specify that location. Yeah, that's it. So these are the two ways where we can create a param file. Now, in this case, let us start with what location where this particular secure agent has been installed. So go to program files, guys, all of you. Then go to that Informatica Cloud Secure Agent folder. Oh, yes. So the second one, right? Latest one. Then go to that location. It's a default location. So we are using data integration server, right? Then data. Within that, can you see user parameters? So this is going to be the default location where we can create a parameter file and we can add n number of parameters. Yeah? Let us create new text document. I'll just put param.txt and open that. Here we discussed a $filter is equal to 1, right? And save it. Likewise, you can add any number of parameters within this param file. Yeah. Done, guys. All. Amit, Chandan, Davnit.
Marcia, can you please show
Yes, ma'am.
the location again? Location of file?
Okay, location. Huh? So
Yes.
location is, can you see here? Program files, Informatica Cloud Secure Agent 1, apps, data integration server, data user parameters. Can see, right?
Yes, 1 minute.
So within that, you need to create one text document and rename it as param. No? And open that file, add this parameter. Yeah, done.
Yes.
Mangal, Neeta, Prabhakar, Pradeep, all. Is it done, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now let us close this file. Okay. Now let us open synchronization task. So we executed synchronization task without parameters. Now let us execute this same thing with a parameter. We should get the same result. Click on edit and go to filters. That's where we put a condition, right? Open this condition. Here, instead of hard-coded value, right? I'll just put $, filter. That's all. Replace hard-coded value with a param. Yeah, done guys. Say okay. That's it. Finish. Only this, only we have made only this change. That's all. Yeah. Now run it. Yeah. So let us refresh this. Can you see? It got failed. So it is saying what? Variable is not identified because we did not specify the location. Where we need to specify? Guys, in schedule, there's a param file, right? We talked about it. Yes or no? Here. So param dot. Please apply this. Yeah, done guys. All. Karthik, Mangal, Neeta, Prakash,
Yes.
Raghu.
Yes.
Okay,
Prabha.
fine. Now let us finish it. Run it again. Run it. Refresh. See, it is completed. 3 rows, right? Same count we got without parameters also, right? That's it. So we can verify the data. So we got the same result. Yeah. So that's it, guys. With parameter, without parameter. I hope it's clear, right, to everyone? Yes or no? Guys?
What is the parameter value we provided?
1.
Okay, got it.
Correct, no? 1, right?
So if we have to provide more than one parameter,
Add more parameters. Let's say another parameter. Let's say source connection. No, fine. Let's say which is source underscore connection. Example. Likewise, you can add n number of parameters. You know. Clear? Okay.
yeah.
Fine. So now let us start understanding. Can we parameterize at mapping level, guys? Like a source connection details, target connection details, or within a mapping, can you parameterize? That's a question, right? Let us try to do one example with complete parameterization, like which means we are trying to build a template. Like we have seen, we build templates, right? as part of this integration, whatever, right? Can we build our own template by ourselves? Answer is yes. Yes, how do you do it? By using parameterization. That too, complete parameterization. Let us try doing it. Yeah, so that we can also understand like how to parameterize at mapping level for each of the object that we have underneath. Yeah. Click on create. Yeah, let us take this. Yeah, let us completely parameterize this source and select. Yeah, I'll just click on new parameter. Yeah. So apply source connection, right? And label also source connection. That's it. Say okay. So first parameter is done. Next is a source type. Can you see source type here? Click on parameter and click on new parameter. You can type here source type. Yeah. Label is also same. And say okay. Which means connection name and also source type also we are parameterizing here, right? So please apply these things, guys. So values will be
connection.
supplied at the time of running this particular mapping. Yes, please.
For connection, can you please show it? For connection.
Connection, click on new parameter. You can see, right? Then supply parameter name.
Yes, yes.
That's all. Say okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. So it will appear here. Similarly, source type, click on drop down and select parameter. Then click on new parameter and supply parameter name. Yeah. It will appear here. Yeah. So, so we can also apply filter conditions sort. Like source qualifier, we have power center, right? Similar to, if you want to override the default properties for the source, then we can just get these two options configured. Plus, in advanced, we could able to see nothing here because usually we use what log levels like tests, verbose, net verbose data, normal we have, right? Whatever. That's about source, guys. Let us repeat the same thing even for what target. Before that, let's also use one transformation, yeah? Because let us try to parameterize even transformation also. Yeah? Click on filter, and here instead of simple, right, select what completely parameterized. Then click on parameter and filter underscore param and supply a label here, same as parameter. We can also supply default value if you want it. That's a 1. Or else we can supply this during the runtime. Yeah. Say okay. That's it. That's also parameters now, right? Now target. So this also we can parameterize. Again, new parameter. That's a default one. And then type param. Again, new parameter. Let it be default. That's all. I'm just using default parameter names. Yeah. Then, if you look at this advanced, nothing is there here. It's not applicable. So field mapping, target fields, they all will happen at runtime. Yeah. So this is how we can also parameterize complete mapping. So do you have any hard coded value here? nothing, and save it.
Now, where are we giving the file path?
That we supply as part of running, not now. That is a concept of parameterization, right? We supply file details during runtime. Yeah, right. Clear, Karthik?
Yeah, we'll see that.
Yeah. Mangal, Neeta, Prabhakar, Raghu, Shreya, Swati, all.
Yeah, done.
Done, guys? Okay,
Yes.
good. So now let us try to run this. So now everything we need to supply during runtime. So I'll just give good name here. This one is what? Mapping underscore. I'll just put parent. Now let us save it and run. So select connection. See source connection, right? We can supply here. That's a source connection. And single object. Can you see here? Source type object. We have to everything we have to supply here.
Sorry, where we got this option, run mapping param window?
Which one? Karthik?
Yeah, this
When
window
we
how
run
we
it.
got?
Just there's a run in the right top. In the mapping itself, you have a run.
Okay. So because we selected the param options, this pop-up came up.
Okay, one second, let me close. Okay, fine. So let me cancel this. Okay, can you see yet this mapping is created, right, Karthik?
Ah, yes.
On the top, you can see run, right? Same as earlier, no change, right? Whereas on the left side, you can see mapping. Just click on that, you'll get a mapping and run it. Or another way, go to explore and then go to our location, which is extract, right? So then we have a mapping parameter. Can you see here?
Yes.
So you can just open that mapping and run. Yeah, clear, Karthik?
So my question is, for earlier you task or mappings, we didn't got this pop-up. So
This one, huh?
yeah.
No, this is a parameterization part, right? This
Yeah,
concept is different, no?
yeah,
Earlier,
because yeah, please go ahead.
yeah. So earlier we did not provide any param options, right? Now only we started providing param options. That's why we got another window
Right.
to supply param values.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So only because we have selected the param option, this pop-up came up
Yes,
to
you
select
are
the
right.
file.
Perfect. Yeah. So fine. Now select values, source connection and source type. Okay. Now let us say SEQ1 we are selecting. Click on select. This is the first thing. Then next is the target. Now specify the parameter target connection. Click on select. Now we can select any target. Let's say aggregation, whatever.
Here, a new target file can't be created.
No. So if you want, we can go to advanced and get the job done, but it's not like we are normally, right, in real world, right? We'll have target structure. Yeah. Fine.
Okay.
So then click on next. Yeah. Now can you see here? Here we need to apply the filter condition. See, default is what? 1. That's what we gave, right? If you want, we can change it to some other value. So object default and C1. We can modify like a C1 greater than 1 or whatever, right? And just apply like this. Yeah. That's all. Filter and run. So this is how we can parameterize complete mapping, guys. Now we know, right? Without any hard coding, right? Either in what source or target or transformation, right? We could able to get the job done. Yeah. See here we got error. Let us see the reason. Yeah, C1 greater than 1 contains okay, parts in the invalid symbol reference. Let's open that. Syntax problem. It is not unable to parse it. So let's open this. Oh my god, what happened? Oh, we have to run it again, huh? By supplying all. Oh my goodness, I made a mistake here. Fine, let us try it. The syntax problem, right? It is not refreshing. So in target is in while running, right? We need to supply all. So we need to have a lot of patience here. Yeah. Now if you don't supply, right? Anyway, we have default value, right? 1 that we picked up. We can also modify that. Yeah. So we have not validated last time. Can you see here? There is a error. Oh. Add a new filter. Select C1 equal to, that's a 1. Say okay. Validate. Oh, there's a problem with this tool, guys. This is anyway, whatever is required, we are doing it. So can you see here? There's a problem here. No? You can just say delete and run. So because parameters is required here, right? But it's not taking. See, it's still not taking. There's a problem with this too. That's okay.
I think
Fine.
for me it worked same condition.
Same is C1 equal to 1, no?
Yes.
That's what. This is my version problem. So I have downloaded long time back, right? So, but anyway, what we are doing is right. There's nothing wrong in this. Yeah. Actually, should work. Yeah, that's fine. So this it will work, guys. So you guys can take care. Yeah. So see these versions, right? Each version, right? They'll keep on adding or modifying, right? They'll get some problem, but it will work anyway. Yeah. This is a concept, guys, like how to, what you call, take care of parameterization completely. Remember, this is what we call full parameter or complete parameterization. Fine. So that's it. What is the next thing? Next topic is, let's say, task flows. Yeah. So let us build one task flow. Yeah, it's like workflow, guys. Like a how to run multiple tasks, either in sequence or in parallel. Yeah. So that's what we need to do now, right? This is going to be another asset. Yeah. Let us click on new, guys. Yeah. Then task flows. I think with this, I think all are done here. So select a generic task flow or simple, let's say linear task flow. It's a template. So which means the multiple tasks will be executed one after another. Sequential execution, you can say. So click on add task. Go to default. Any task. Let's say we are adding one task from here and also other task from some other location. Yeah. It's not mandatory that we need to stick to what only one particular location. That's why I'm showing two. One is default, second is folder level. Yeah. Like synchronization task. Like that's it. See, first one is a mapping task, second is synchronization task. Yeah. So rest is same as earlier, guys. So in the sense, email notification, all that. You can also specify yes, stop on error checkbox if you want it, or else we can just save and run. Yeah. So let us try to refresh. Can you see all the rows have been processed? We can see two tasks. Yeah. Synchronization task, mapping task, 3 plus 2, 5 rows. So this way we can execute task one after another. So let's create another one. See, can you see likewise we got parallel task. If you want to run in parallel, right, at the same time, yeah, we can also do it. Let's quickly do here. So yes, can you see data task 1 is related to first mapping task. Let's say mapping task 2 or whatever, supply whatever you want, and then task 2, which is going to be, let's say, synchronous task. So last time we executed one after another. Now we are executing what? Both at the same time. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Yes. Now let us try to run it. Yeah. Yes. Can you see here? So you can just click on it to monitor the progress here. So can you see here? First one is completed. Yeah. Success or whatever, right? So let it complete here. Yes, all are completed. If you want to check the status, click on the task flow. Can you see here? Start is completed. This also completed. This also completed successfully, and also completed. All are completed. Yeah. So that's it, guys. This is how we could able to see status for each step. See, this is successful. It is running on this cloud environment. Then first task, success, and we can see here which task all that, and then if you have input fields, you can see, and task name, you can see it here. Yeah. Similarly, others. So that's it, guys. Like how one can able to create a task flow in parallel, execute it, and look at the status in standard view. There's one more advanced view. I'll come to that. Yeah. Where we could able to see what we call a chart form. Yeah. Like for example, what has come in as part of input variables. So you can see in the bottom. Can you see here? So this is the mail ID through which we logged in, and output. In case if it returns some output, right, we could able to see nothing is there in this, so we cannot see anything. Yeah. A flow of activities, like what is the first thing, begin, then followed by parallel path. Can you see here? Within parallel path, we have got two separate tasks. See, this is finished, and also second one is also finished. Yeah. So this is how one can able to see complete flow of activities that would take place within this particular what we call advanced view. Complete flow can be seen. In case if there is a problem, right, we can just go to that location and look at this what we call faults, in case there are any faults. We'll see that anyway. For now, I can just remember that this is a standard view, guys. Another one is what? Advanced view. Why do we need this? To troubleshoot the issues, right? I think yesterday someone was asking question about this logs and all that. This is one way to identify issues. Yeah.
Can you show again where is that option, process console?
Yes, Pradeep. Sorry.
That process console option, where is that?
Nothing.
Karthik, there is voice breaking.
That process console option is there, right? Can you show it again? Where is that from the design?
Oh, this part, you know, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. On the right top, you can see three dotted button, right?
Yes.
Yes or no? Where I press the
Yeah.
mouse pointer. Then click on that. In that you can see advanced view. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see advanced view? That's
Yes.
it.
Okay.
Which will take you to that another view where we saw flow chart and then inputs, output variables, flow of activities, all that we saw, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. So now let us move on to what can we build our own task flow from the scratch. So far what we did, we have used existing template. Yeah. So template also we know how to use it, right? Now let us build everything from the scratch. To do that, we need to go to task flows and select what? Task flow. Yeah. Where we have got a multiple steps supported by data integration service. Yeah. So assignment task, data task, integration task. In the sense, we can also call apps. In the sense, even application integration task also here. Remember, notification for mail, command task with any command, file watcher to watch for a while, wait for the event to take place for that particular file, like whether it is arrived or not. Yeah, and then subtask in case if you want to call task inside another task flow. A subtask actually. Then decision to build a condition. Then parallel task, we have already seen it just now, to execute multiple tasks at the same time. Jump, in case if you have reached one flow, you can just jump to one particular task. From there, you can restart the flow again. Throw, in case of any errors, you can just construct error messages like code, reason, why it is going to get failed. Wait for some time, pausing. Yeah, and then end task. These are the multiple tasks supported by task flow. Now let us start from the scratch. start task, end task, you will have it for every task flow. Task flow, let's say generic, I'll put here. And now we could able to see this particular task flow can be executed by using what? REST SOAP or event, which means what? So binding will be used for two cases. REST SOAP is for APIs and event is for messaging. Just remember that. Yeah. Let's say this particular task flow doesn't take any input fields, output fields, then you don't need to configure this. If needed, we can also configure. I'll talk about it anyway, how to add these fields now in process flow. Same concept here also. So now let us try to add the first and foremost step, which is going to be data task, guys. Yeah. Drag and drop here. Fine. All. Fine. Then click on data task. Maximize this. Can you see here data task? Now select that particular task. Similar to earlier. Yeah. Let's say some task which we have already created. And that's it. If it takes some inputs, you can supply, or else if it doesn't take means this particular task I meant. Yeah. So this is a first, let us say, generic task flow. Let us save and run. Then we'll try to add other steps within this task flow. Yeah. So let us save it. Okay, and then run. Yeah, task was generic, right? Yeah, refresh this. See, it is successful, guys. There's only one task. Now click on this task flow. It will take you to what? Standard view, where you can see start is successful, data task is successful, end is also successful. So on the left top, we can see time taken to complete each step. This is, let's say, around 2 microseconds. This is some 17 seconds. This is some seconds, whatever. Yeah. So we can see time taken to complete each. And plus, we can also see here inputs like what we supplied as part of each step. Yeah. No input fields. Similarly, click on data task and then whatever step name we have, and then followed by task name, and then followed by input fields if you have any input fields, and then outputs and false. Yeah. So this you can see here. And similarly, end task, end step actually, not task. So here you can see the status of this, which is successful. Same thing you can also see as part of advanced view. Yeah. And that we have already discussed. Clear, guys? Now let us start getting into what you call adding some more. Yeah? So let us say we need to assign a value to a field. How do you do it? Yeah? For example, there is an assignment task. Yeah? For that we use it. Or let us say another one is what we need to call this process that was built as part of cloud application integration. So select this and click on select. See here, we can do it both the ways. In data integration, we can call the process that have been built as part of CAI. You know, if you don't have it, just ignore that. Then save and run. This is how integration works from one side. In the sense, call CAI process within this data integrate. After that, you can publish, you know, so that others can consume this. So now let us go to that view. Yeah, if you want, once you publish, no, you'll get a link here. Yeah, because you have not published, nothing is there. So now let's go to my jobs. See here, it is suspended. There's a problem here. What is that problem also? We could be able to see. See here, it got failed. And we can also see the reason why it got failed over here. Yeah. So yeah, in case if you don't get any reason, let's say for example here, see here, we can always go to that what advanced view. Can you see this is suspended? Yeah. Yeah, only generic message we got it, but let's go to advanced view. So where you can see what it was, same flow, it is expanded already. Inputs. Yeah, here you can see inputs. This is same as earlier. Outputs, nothing. Now we can just look at the flow. So in flow, we have got, can you see a complete flow chart can be seen here? Yeah. Like whatever, see, task got failed. Yeah. So because it is failed here, we could able to see, can you see guys? Mapping task failed. Another instance of task is currently running because we cannot run the task which is already running. So we know this thing, right? This is an error message that we got it. Yeah. So we need to wait for a while till it gets completed. After that, we could able to rerun. And fault code is what? 403. Clear, guys? How this particular advanced view is going to help us to identify the cause of failure. I think Pradeep, I think you were asking question, right? About like how to debug or whatever, right? This is how we debug. One way I'm talking about, Pradeep. Yeah. I'll talk about some other ways, like how to look at the logs to identify causes of failures. Yeah? Fine.
Sure.
So Narasimha, to build our own task flow, we need to have predefined task and process. Is that correct?
Predefined tasks should be ready to use. Yes.
Okay. So can we call this task flow as an interface as well?
That is very much possible. We'll come to that. Yeah. So which means how to make a task flow execution, right? Directly. Which is how to call task flow, right?
Correct.
Yes, that's very much possible. There is a sub task flow is there, right? We can run it, or we can also call task flow from outside also. There are two ways. So yeah. Fine. So now we can just go back to this view, and then can you see here? Stop this. We stopped it. Then restart. Restarted now. Right? It is running. So by now, assuming that previous task flow got successfully completed. Yeah. Yeah. So let us try to refresh this. See, it is successful now because there is a delay, right? So by then it would have been completed. That's it, guys. So we know how to look at it, all that we know it. Yeah. So we don't need to look at it again. See, this also got executed, which is process, which is part of cloud application integration. Yeah. So this is a process, right? task type, which is derived from CAI. Yeah. Then whatever input, output fields, whatever is there, right? You can see. So this way we can integrate what CIA process within data integration task flow. Other way also we'll see. In a sense, from CAI, can we call data integration task or not? That we'll see once we get into CAI. Clear, right? That's all, guys, about task flows. Now let us open this task flow again, and then we can also what do you call assignment task. Yeah? Assign value to a variable. That's what we do by using what? Assignment task. Click on plus. Okay, let's say data task. Then check for out parameters. Let's say failed success rows, yeah, which is equal to 1, yeah, or greater than 1 or whatever. Yeah. Then the next one, let us add another one, which is notification task, which is notify the success or failure status that we discussed already. Let us apply here one mail ID. Yeah. So we have already done, right? At complete task level also we can supply success or failure rows and email body, all that we can do it here, guys. So this is fine. And then command task also we can add it. There's one more here, which is going to be file watcher. We don't have a license anyway, but if you want to go with the file watcher, right, we need to build listener. So for that, go to components and build one listener. Where is that? File listener. Can you see here? File listener. Anyway, we don't have license. You don't need to do it. You can just watch. So file listener. So here you can put test file listener, and now supply source type as such as server, and then even test file listener, right? Okay, 1 second. It is slow. We don't have this. Let's bring it. Components. Like a file watcher, guys. So first we need to define this. We use this for mass ingestion. I'll just put FL, file listener. So we can also use it for connector also. Yeah? Like file connector, whatever, right? And connection type, like a file connection or local folder. So we can use it for event server, whatever you want. Yeah. So wildcard search or whatever, right? So you can just specify it and save it. Yeah. Now refer that listener component within top level task. Oh, what is this? Generic, right? This one. Here. Configure this file watcher task. This is where we need to point to that file watcher task, guys. FL we gave, right? And that's it. Yeah. Then see here file events. So then we can supply inputs or events if needed, others. If it fails, no, suspending task flow. That's what is the default. Yeah. So that's it. Now anyway, it will not work. Let us see that. Yeah. Because we don't have license for it. We need separate license for listener. Yeah, let us try to refresh. See, suspended. Yeah, so we can see here, click on this so that you can see where it got suspended. Yeah. See, first four all are successful, notification all successful. So this is what suspended. Yes or no? Yeah. So we can see top level messages here and false, nothing is there. Now we can go to advanced to look at what went wrong. Yes or no? Yeah. So we can just go to this what flowchart or in text value, anything. It's fine. And select what listener, right? Where is the listener? Yeah, file watcher. So here it got failed here. Yeah. So this is how we can just select it. This is file watch task or whatever, right? So now can you see here, guys? Access denied. You must have mass ingestion runtime license to perform this task. That's what I was saying, right? So we need to have a license to perform this particular operation. Clear, guys, to everyone? Yeah. Yes or no?
Yes.
Guys? Okay. So that's it. Yeah? So with this, we'll take a break. We'll meet around 11:40 or 11:35 to continue from here. Okay, guys, let's take a break. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. I think everyone is back, right? Yes or no? Mangal, Karthik, Nita, all guys.
Yes.
Yeah. So now let's continue. So we talked about what you call how to build task flow with different types of steps supported by the task flow, right? Yeah. So now let us try to understand this view. I think we've understood. So now let's understand some more tasks, some more steps supported by this task flow designer. Can you see there's a sub task flow, which means task flow within another task flow. If you already have it, just call that. If you don't have it, we cannot call anyway. But the prerequisite is what? Some task flow should have been already made it ready. For example, task flow 1, because we have already created one linear task flow, right? This way we can call one task flow from another task flow, right? And decision would be based on what? A condition, you know. So where we'll have two paths, one path each condition. For example, here we can go to decision step and apply any filter condition. For example, if this particular data task 1 returns what we call failed success throws, so we can select this and provide a number. So number here, let's say success throws greater than 1 or whatever, right? Greater than 1. Then control will be sent to this particular branch or else bottom branch. This is going to be the decision task. Similarly, parallel task, I think we have already talked about it as part of a template. Same concept holds good even here also. In a sense, we can call n number of what we call tasks in parallel. N means 2. So one in the top, other in the bottom. Just click on this and select what some task. For example, let's say, yeah, you guys can start adding this thing, guys. Yeah. So data task, yeah, let us say data task and then supply this. Yeah. Some task, right? And then in the bottom also we can supply some task. So which is, let us say, we'll throw error message if it comes over here. Now, how do you throw it? Based on what? Code. For example, I'll just supply 1000 as a code why it is failing, and detail unexpected, you can put here unexpected error, and a reason, same thing can put here. Yeah? So
this is the error handling part, right?
Exactly. So which means as part of this way, we can also take care what we call errors as part of task flow. Yeah? So this is one way, but error handling, we can think of many ways, like how to capture errors based on the logs for at agent level, at task level, at mapping level, at transformation level, at what we call Tomcat level. There are multiple things that anyway I'm going to talk as part of debugging section. Yeah? This is just what we call if the control comes over to this particular path, we are just saying that this is what error need to be thrown with a corresponding error message. Clear, right? So that's it. Similar to jump. Jump means, let's say you don't expect the control to be reached over here. For example, here. Now we can jump to another point. For example, task flow 1 or whatever. So see, now if you go to this particular task flow, you will see jump. See here. If the control comes again, start from here. That's what it means. Yeah. So that's how we can make use of what we call jump step. Then we can also wait here if you want after this data task 1, wait for a while to execute it. let's say some seconds, 1 second. After that, jump it, because let's say we make this particular task which has to finish in what, 1 second or whatever, right? So now we can also what you call take care of. I think we covered almost all. Command task also we can add it, like adding a script or whatever. So this way we can create a complete task flow with all the steps, guys. That's what we covered here. Now let us try to run it. Yeah, this is very simple, guys, because we know task and different transformations within a mapping, right? Here we're just making a call to build a complete flow in order to meet the customer expectations. Yeah.
So that error, what you are catching, that is only for that particular task
Flow. Yes. No.
or for the complete flow?
No, this is basically if the control reaches to that particular path only to throw error. Remember, yeah, you got it, right? Till that, yeah, not complete flow actually, till that flow. Yeah, it will stop there anyway because we are stopping, right?
Okay.
Which task flow will be stopped because we are not proceeding further right after that. Yes or no? Yeah. Still running because there are many tasks here, right?
So any error occurring in any previous task also will be caught there, or
No,
only
no.
Only in
Based
that
on the
particular
condition only.
condition?
See,
Okay.
we get condition, right? See, that's error is basically based on the condition only, right? Yes or no? Yeah.
Okay.
See, especially here, see here, we are running both this and this, both will be executed. Yeah. So which means here, let's say without condition, but here we can place a condition here. Yeah, decision. Yeah. In this case, always this error will be thrown. Why? Because they'll be executed in parallel. Yes or no? Both.
Okay.
For that flow, yeah, it is running. Anyway, we'll see that code reason as part of advanced view, right? Yeah. It's taking a lot of time because there are many tasks, right? Anyway, this is how one can start building a task flow, guys. Any questions on this task flow, guys? I think we covered all the tasks supported by task flow asset. Yeah. And we can build it. We can call other task flow. We can also call CII process also here. I think we talked about it, and we have seen standard view, advanced view, and then we can also publish it. Yeah, that publish part I have not explained it. I'll talk about it. Yeah, so that's all about data integration, guys. Let it get executed. It's fine because there are many tasks, right? They're taking time. Yeah. That's fine. So now the next is what we have admin, and before that, let's get into this CII, guys. Yeah. So let us open CII, guys. All go to application integration. Yeah. The first thing what I plan here, 1 second. Task admin part I'll cover later. That's a very minor thing. Let's focus on what process steps. Yeah. Yes. Now, sorry. Now, can you see, guys, here? In this particular application integration, we can see several assets like processes, guides, app connections, service connectors, process object, and services. Yeah. So we are going to talk about one by one. I think each asset we know, right? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? We know it, right? Like app connections, what it does, who can answer that?
So
Oh,
is
it's an
it
internal
connecting to
application
the third
connection.
party connection?
Yeah. So to configure either pre-built connections or to configure pre-built connections like a file-based connection, data-based connection, FTP-based connection, Amazon S3 connection, Salesforce connection, or even data integration task connection or any other API connection. These are pre-built connections, just to make it very simple. Yeah? These both are same. This is interactive mode. This is non-interactive mode. Yeah? Service connectors, external. These are the pre-built, right? These are the custom connectors. Yeah, which means we can configure what you call connector based on third-party web service or API. For example, we talked about Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion, right? Likewise, we can have any number of third-party what we call portal applications where they expose, let us say, APIs. Here we can just create a connector for those third-party portals, either by using from the scratch or by using a WSDL, WSDL, or by using Swagger, by using third-party open API specification, yeah, or by using data access service. So for this, we have to have what you call access to this data quality. Yeah. This is basically for structure creation, guys. Bundle and put it in a structure so that we can make use of it later. That's it. So this is RPG process were there. Now it has been taken out here. Fine. So now let us start one by one, guys. So first thing, what we can do here is let us create pre-built connection based on what cloud, which is data integration, right? We came from there, right? So how to connect to this particular data integration or IICS to make it simple. Yeah? So let us try doing it. I'll just put here. So connect IICS. How do you connect IICS, guys? We need to supply the URL, username, and password. Yes or no? So let's say IICS. Yeah? Now select. Now start doing it, guys. Select what IICS API version. Please select that. Yeah. So, which means first thing we need to understand, right? Can we connect to this particular IICS? After that only, we can start executing IICS services like data integration services or data integration tasks or CI process, whatever. Yeah. Now let us try to supply the URL. So now we can supply this. Can you see here, guys? So till this, we can supply the URL. Please copy this link, guys. Guys, you're all doing right. Amit, Tavinash, Chandan, all. Karthik, Mangal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now copy this link and paste it here. App integration link. Yeah, paste it here. That's the first thing we need to do. Then username and password. We subscribe, right? Yeah. So this is trail version. We need to supply the user ID. Yeah. So I'm supplying the user ID that has been registered over here, right? And then corresponding password. Yeah. That's it. These are the three inputs that need to be supplied in order to establish the connectivity with what? IICS. Can you see here? ICS login URL actually should be IICS. No? So older form of this IICS is what? ICS, which is Informatica Cloud Service. Now it is renamed, right? Informatica Intelligent Cloud Service. See here they are given the right thing. Yeah, but description is right, but name is wrong. That's fine. And then save it. Yeah.
So all of us did use the same URL or the DM something what you have put there?
This link is same. See, in order to log on to this IICS, right? We use this
Okay.
only, right? Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
This link is
See,
same for
for us
everyone.
it is showing something. For us it is showing something APSA1.tm.
No. What, no, that is different. So what you need to do is open a new tab and type DM PM. So you'll get a link, no? Just copy this link till MA, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I think you are trying to refer this one, right? No, this is different. So this is the first thing we need
So
to
what
do.
is the difference between this URL and that URL?
This is application integration URL.
Okay.
You can see CAI, right? This is a cloud application integration. Yes or no? No?
Yeah.
That is to talk to IICS, right? Starting point. Say we supply region, right? Asia Pacific. Yes or no? Then Informatica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And username password is same as what we used for logging into this one. I see.
Yes. Like you would have registered the trade version. Same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Prabhakar, Pradeep, others, Prakash, Sriya, Swati, Manmohan, you're all doing right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Swati, Sriya are there? Babu? All.
Yeah, we are there.
Okay, fine. Fine. So that's it, guys. Then we can just get it published. It is published successfully. Once it is published, right? See, we could able to see all the actions that can be used within this particular URL, which means these are the supported features. Yeah? If you go to license as part of organization, right, you can see all of them. That's it. Yeah? So that's it, guys. That's
Do we need to
first step.
publish it? Like, click on publish, is it?
Yes, publish it. Click on publish.
Okay.
That's all. That's a first connection. Yeah? Close it. Done now? All done, right?
So what does this publish mean here?
Published means once published, right? Anybody can make use of this connection. That's what it means. Make
Anybody
it
means
this
who all
particular connected available to others. That's what they call publish.
others means who all will come, Narasimha?
Consumers, anybody. It could be within CII, it could be even outside CII. Yeah?
Even outside CA, suppose if I can I connect using any of the other
Like
software
some
tools?
outside applications, for example, Salesforce or some other portal applications where they have got either REST protocol or SOAP protocol. So that I think we talked about theory, right? So those applications only we can do it. Fine. Anyway, you will see that. Yeah, how to after publish, how to use it. Fine. So that's done, right? First step. All done, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let us build another connection. Like 3-4 connections we'll try to do it. So click on app connection. Create. So next one, we'll try to focus on what called flat file connection. So one is done. Yes, flat file connection I can do. Yeah, let's quickly do it. Here you can just put a source listener, target listener, all that. See here, you can see only local agent. See source events, we can just add it. First one, file monitor. So which means we need to supply the location where we monitor the files. Let's say source. So if you don't supply anything here, all the files will be monitored. In simple terms, directory itself will be monitored. You can see it, right? Yeah. Then add event source file parse, which means what kind of files that can be parsed. Which means you can specify the location again where we parse it. Is source. Similarly, we can also have delimited content parser, which is what kind of files that we can parse. Delimited or fixed width we have, right? Yes or no? We talked about it. That's the same location, and we can specify the delimiters here. Yeah. Default, can you see comma delimiter? See mandatory things, right? And text qualifier is what? Double quote. I think we know that, right? We have already what you call processed delimited files. Yeah. And other things are off what you call default ones, like read log minimum length, log level warning, and character set, use XML, whatever, column descriptor could contain any specific characters which can be used as part of process, all that. Yeah. So same thing, we can do it for what? Target events. So file writer, where do you write it? So you can supply here e/tzt. We have tzt, right? Yes. These are default locations that we are trying to configure as part of this particular connection. Same way, here also we can have delimited content parser where you can specify the target and default delimiters. If you want, we can also change to our own custom delimiters. Yeah. So that's it. Like how one can start configuring this file connector. Yeah. So fine. Oh, you can just supply here app connection file and save it. Yeah. Clear, guys? Like how to configure this connector for file. Yeah. Done all. Amit, Avinash, Chandan, Mangal, Neeta, Karthik, all.
Not done.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nasim,
Yes, please.
for me in the properties, the secure agent name is not available.
Where? Can you please share it?
Good.
Manu.
Can you see my screen?
Agent is running on your system. Here, local agent should come. But so far you worked, right? Just
Yeah.
close and recreate connection. Close this. Say Discord. Yeah, new and app connection. Yeah, click on create. Agent is there, no? Wait. Didn't refresh. This is a network delay, I think. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, you got it, right, Manmohan?
Yeah.
Select file. Yeah. Oh, for file agent is not coming. Huh? Click on the drop down. No, not that bottom one.
No, not.
It's not coming, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, this agent is created based on what? It's installed properly. Huh? Just recreate again. Let us see. This is what? What is it called? Something wrong here. Local JDK problem. Just create new. Wait. Cloud server or any secure agent. Click on that run on. Yeah, click on that drop down. There's only one, right? For this, we need local agent actually. Local agent is not read, huh? Not there on your system. One more.
On the first day we had downloaded that one, right? We had installed that one.
But it's not there. Huh? It looks like it is not there. See,
Yeah.
we
In
are
data
using local
integration,
files, right?
every time it
Local
was
files,
coming.
cloud server, you cannot access it. So we need local agent. That's why it's not showing. Anyway, so far you have used cloud agent, no?
No. Every time in the data integration, it used to come as Windows that what we had installed.
Local only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, just select it now. Actually, it should be local. Yeah. Click on the drop down. Select something file. File means it is going off. Okay. That's the point. Local agent is not appearing. Yeah. Just close it anyway. You know how to configure, right? I need to look at your configuration. Yeah. So I'll see it during break time. Fine. Okay. So anyway, you know, right, how to add event sources, event target, all. So others, you guys could able to add, right, guys? Karthik, Mangal, Neeta, and others, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. So now this is how it should come actually. Manmohan, our agent should come here. So that's it. Now let us close this. Now create another connection. What? Yeah. So now, so here let it come. Let us see. File is done. IICS is done. Similarly, we can also do it for email, guys, for application integration, for notification. Yeah, that you guys can take it because email part we have already done it. Yeah? The next is what we can go with Salesforce. Yeah? Salesforce, guys. Okay, now you need to install Salesforce. Sorry, we need to register. Go to another tab, guys, and type developer.salesforce.com. So please get into this URL where you need to register, guys. Please register this. I've already registered it. Yeah. So please register here. Try for free. Yeah. Supply this and start my trail. You can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Please register, guys. Yeah. In my case, I'll just show it. Yeah. So probably can just do it during lunchtime, guys. That's the best thing. Let's use this time effectively. Yeah. I'll just show it. Anyway, you can just register And then there is a one more thing that we need to do here. Let me log in here. I'll just show it during lunch break time. You can do it because it will take some time, right? So let us use this time for something else. So I'm trying to log in. You can just remember these steps. Yeah? So, yes, so you get mail. Huh? So I'll just show it from my system. You guys can do it lunchtime. You can just register and perform these options. 742317. Now we could able to log in, right? So with these details, right? Yeah. Now let us start getting into the configuration part. Yeah. So yes, this is the first thing after registration, right? We could able to log in. And second step, guys, you need to, if you want to make use of this Salesforce in application integration, right? We need to install a package which we call ICRT package. Yeah. Or you can also say that package, install packages, whatever. Just click on it, you'll get this. If it's already installed, we could able to say it. If not, we can't able to say it. See, it's already installed here. Yeah. ICRT, Informatica Cloud Real Time for Salesforce. So if you want to talk to Salesforce from application integration, it is mandatory that we have to install this. Yeah, I just clicked on it. That's it. This has to be done. Yeah, probably this link, and I have it up. Cloud.
Where we need to install that?
Salesforce only. One second, let me send the link so that you can just click on that link, it will be installed. Yeah? Yes, this one, right? I'll just share this link where. Okay, this system is accessible, right? I'll just put it in Notepad so that you can just use it. Some yesterday, I think we've already shared this one. Huh? I'll just put it here. Some file. So let's say I'll just put link here. Yeah, link. Okay, just use this link, guys. This system IP address, you know, right? Yesterday, I think you guys have used it. What is that? 172 dot. Who can answer this? 172 dot. What is that?
20.0.194. 20.0.194.
Dot 194, right? I don't know. Yes. So now we have got a source. Here we got a link. The link. Can you see, right? Open that and copy onto your system. Yeah. Let us say I'm just copying. I'll just access it from. I'm accessing, right? Anyway, from other system. Okay. Copy this and go to this here, right? And then can just match up. Unless you can just type. Yeah. See, now we got installing Salesforce managed package. I just kept in the URL. Yeah. So here you could able to see login salesforce.com, right? Yes or no? You need to click on that. Then supply username and password, like what I supplied, right? Then click on install. For example, Alliance, this one, right? There is a document. I've already kept it in that material. You would have seen it. There's ICRT.doc. So now see, we got it. So select this radio button, install for all users, and enable this license. Now I've already installed it, that's why it's saying upgrade, but you'll get install button here. That's it. That's what you need to do, guys. Break time, you can do two
Production
things.
or a sandbox link?
Production, first one.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Then click on install, so that it will be installed. Yeah, that's why it will take some time. You got no? I think I talked about the steps, like how to register by getting into developer.salesforce.com, and second, get that link and paste in the URL. Then supply Salesforce login details and install ICRT package. Yeah, that's all. These two things you need to do it during break time. Now I'll just show it. Yeah. So now I already did, right? So you can just see here. So first thing, we need to give username. And second, the password. Whatever details that I gave, right, to log on to the Salesforce, right? Same thing we are trying to do over here. And security token, that also you'll get it from where? In Salesforce, where I'll show it. Wait. This one. Yeah, copy and paste. That's all. Only these three things we need to supply and then save it. Yeah. So this is what we need to do in order to, I'll just put Salesforce, right? In order to what? Create a Salesforce connection, right? So now we can also test it and see whether we could able to connect or not. See, it is passed, which means everything is fine. Now let me talk about how to get that what login, right? Login.salesforce. So get what security token, right? Once you log in, right? So we need to go to classic view. Let me show that. Go to profiles, switch to classic view. And click to switch to Lightning experience. And go to profile and settings. Yeah, profile settings, guys. So here we could able to see, can you see there's a research security token under my personal information. If you click on it, then click on this research security token. So you'll get a mail to our Salesforce registered mail ID. That's all. Yeah. So that's what I copied in this particular notepad, right? So that's it, guys. So these things you need to do. Just go to profile and select settings. You'll get that. Yeah, fine. So one is what? Registration part, developer.salesforce.com, not login.salesforce.com. You need to register in what? Developer.salesforce.com, because we are using Salesforce as a developer. If you go with the login.salesforce.com, right, ICRT package will not work. Remember that. Yeah. Anyway, now we know how to create a connection for the Salesforce and publish. So this is a third-party application, right? Likewise, you can create n number of what I call connections. Yeah. Now let us start getting into performing practical examples, right? Just publishing. It will take time actually. So fine. Next example is what? Let me talk about theory here. So what we are going to do now is let us create one process before service connectors. Yeah. So you'll have start and end. There's a start step and end step for every process. Now, can we execute empty process so that others can make use of this particular process as an API? Answer is what? Yes. If yes, how do you do it? So first we need to go to start step and configure like who can invoke this particular process. So that's where there are two ways to do it. One, allow users and groups, and second, anonymous. So anonymous, if you select right, then anybody can execute this particular process. So please select that. And before that, the type of protocol that we use for this particular API or process, SOAP. Yeah, or we can use SOAP protocol. Yeah, fine. And then if you want events, right, then there is the event we need to select. But anyway, we are focusing on API. The next step is what? Want to supply this anonymous user or user with a group, right? So user with a group, one of them need to be selected. And end step, let's say empty. You can just execute, you can save it, publish, and execute it from. I'll just put here save, publish. Publish means anybody can access it. So now open the browser. Look at here, certified browser like a Chrome, and copy this service URL and see whether we could able to get empty message or not, which means process got executed successfully. Remember this. Yeah? That's all, guys. Like how we can create what? Empty process, get it saved, published, and invoke it from outside. Remember this. Yeah? So that's it, guys. How this particular what I call process in creation, invocation would take place. Plus, we can also execute this by using what? Another application, let's say Postman. Here also you can just supply the URL and see the result. Yeah? Or we can also go to some other third-party application which are based on SOAP, yeah, or REST protocol, whatever, right? Even there also we can execute it. Plus, we can also execute in third-party service where with this particular service is based on what? SOAP or whatever, right? Then we can also execute it. Yeah, and we can also execute. Can we execute standalone application? Answer is no. Remember this. Yeah, this is a concept, guys. Let us try to do it with one example. Then we would get into extending this concept process with some data in the sense some other tasks, yeah, or steps. Yeah. See, it got published. It takes some time. That's okay. Now let us create a all. Click on this new, guys. All of you. Yeah. I request everyone to click on new. Yeah. Salesforce, if you could able to register, do it is fine. Or else I'll just show examples from my system. Don't worry. Yeah. That's why I just requested you guys to do it during lunchtime. Yeah. If you're unable to do it, anyway, I've already done it. I'll just show examples like how to read the data from Salesforce, how to write data to Salesforce. That part I'll show it. Yeah. Fine. So let us build the first process, guys. That's what we are going to do. Yeah. You're all ready, yeah? Click on create or yes, now we could able to say empty workspace or process workspace. Process design, we call it as process designer, where we can say go to the beginning, delete whatever selected one, cut selected one, copy paste, then undo, redo, zoom in, zoom out. So that's okay. So now, so this is more or less similar to task flow, right? And if you want to find some step, you can also type it. So for example, let's say you can just type here 10 or any step. Yeah, see, it has gone here. It's highlighted, right? So that's okay. Now let us configure what we call the start step. Yeah. So first thing, let us give the process name. Process, let us say start. Yeah. Now go to start and then maximize it. Can you see REST or SOAP protocol? It supports binding, right? For messaging, we use event. Yeah. This is what I was saying. Yeah, just type it here. So let's say we are using, we'll use both RISL global training, 10, right? And group we can put here service consumer. That's it. So then we'll talk about anonymous. Anonymous means anybody can access or anybody can invoke this particular URL. That's what it means. Yeah. So run on cloud server or local agent. So you can just select depending upon type of activity that you do, right? Appropriate agent can be selected. Please apply these things, guys. I hope all are doing right. Avinash, Chandan, Karthik, Mangal, Neeta, Prabhakar.
So we should be giving our own email ID, right?
All. Guys. Yes, registered email ID. So, yes, right, with mail ID, that one. Yeah.
Run on cloud server, is that fine?
Sorry? Yes, I did
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. So that's it. Just empty. No input phase, no output phase, no templates, nothing. So we have just given user. See whether we could able to invoke this particular process by using this user or not. Right? Let us save this. Now publish. See, it got published successfully. After that, we can go to this ellipsis button, click on properties detail. Can you see here? There is a service URL, SOAP URL. Yeah. I hope all of you could able to see this.
Yes.
Could able to see, yeah? So we can also view Swagger file. Click on that. Can you see here? Swagger 2.0 basic attributes or properties. This is the link 443 port number, right? That's a default port number of cloud application integration. It's a base path. Yeah? BPR means business process execution language. Yeah. Now path. Can you see this is a process start? We got process name, right? Yes or no? Then post operations defaults. Response 200 means success. Yeah. Other than that, failure. That's all. We are using basic authentication. So we know how to read the JSON file, right? We talked about it. Yeah. Now copy this link. So in order to invoke this process start, can you see process start here? To invoke this, you can just copy that link. Guys, you all could able to see this link or not?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, now open a new tab within this cloud. Paste it. Enter. See here, it is executed successfully. Empty means everything is fine. If there is a problem, you'll get to see the error message over here. I hope first process got executed successfully without any issues. Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
Okay, good. Can we get into the next example? Yeah. So which means we are going to extend this. So let us create new process again. Yeah. With anonymous user. Yeah. So process, yeah, you can just put here process with anonymous user, right? Anonymous user means anybody can access it. Remember that. Yeah? And we can specify API if you already have it, or else we are going to create it. Right. Go to start. Here we focus on this. This part we have already discussed, right? So applies to any means what? Whatever connection, whatever is there here, any one of them. Yeah. So and execution is on, let's say cloud or local. Let's say we are using cloud. Yeah. Current user means Salesforce user. Yeah. That's it. Please apply this. Enable the checkbox. Yeah. Where do we have access privileges for anonymous user and our own user, right? That we separate here. We can say it as part of administrator service. I'll show that anyway. Where do we have it? Yeah. Enable guys all. Chandan, Swati, Pradeep, Prakash, Raghu, all. Yeah.
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 Fantastic. So now let us not do anything, just save it because we are checking user access. Yes or no? And publish. See, it got published successfully. Yeah. Now, same thing. Go to ellipsis button, select what? Properties detail. Give Swagger. So in this Swagger, we can see what can you see? Process anonymous user, right? That's what we are using. Title is anonymous user. The rest everything is same. Yeah. Now let us copy this link service URL and open a new tab and paste it here. Enter. See, we got the same thing, which means anonymous user also can execute this particular API, which is.
Hi Narasimha, I have one question. Last time, how it validated our email ID when we give specific email?
We registered, right? Yes or no?
So in browser, if we run, we got response, but how it validated that it is
Because
run by
IICS we registered based on that ID. For example, let me go to administrator client. Yeah. See this product, right, will be identified by using organization. And who can access this organization? There'll be list. Yes or no? Yeah. So that list will have what you call different users, like whatever users that we have, right? For example, if you go to users, can you see anonymous user, RISL global training? Yeah. So these two people can access IICS activities. Clear, no?
okay. If I am running the same thing in Postman or somewhere else, I have to give username password separately.
Yeah. Postman
Basic
anonymous,
authorization.
nothing is required.
Not
See,
in first one.
Anonymous means nothing is required. Yeah. Fine.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Fine. So now let us go to, this is done, right? Yeah, second example is done. And third example, we are going to talk about input fields and output fields, right? Which means, can we supply input to this particular API so that you could able to see the effect of that while execution of this API. Yeah, let us create new process, guys. Yeah, so process with input. Yeah. Maximize this. Start, same thing, anonymous. This part we discussed already. Now click on add. Yeah. Let us say, I'll just put here input. Fine. And you can put here, if you want required means mandatory, we need to supply. Let us say nothing. Output fields, I'll just put here output. Now we can initialize value. Let's say 100. You'll get 100 actually. Yeah. You can go with a static, or we can also go with what? Assigning this to some other, right? We'll do that some other value based on the input. Let's say we are using hard-coded value. Yeah. Input fields, output fields. These two things we are focusing now, right? Done, guys, all?
Can you
Yes,
show
sir.
for input?
Okay, input, I've just added input name, field name, and rest all defaults.
Okay.
Fine. Output, we just added output initial value. Yeah. Now we should get 100. Yeah. Let us save this, then publish. It is published already. Now we can just get the URL. We can see Swagger. See your Swagger now. So this is same till this. This is the name we gave, right? Yes or no? Now can you see input here? Required true, that's a default. And response 200 means successful response here. Yeah. And the structure, what it contains, see output is a string. Yes or no? We added fields, right? And we can also see input is also a string. Yeah. These are the inputs, and these are the outputs from the response based on input response. That's it. Yeah. Clear, right? Inputs, outputs, you can see here. Yeah. This is output, this is input. Yeah. Clear now? Now copy that link. Open the new tab and paste it. See, we got no output is equal to 100. This is what we expected, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Clear, guys?
I'm not getting. Can you please show again start? While publish after publishing, I'm not getting URL. Start.
One
Yeah,
second.
because you need to select the user there.
First, yeah, I need to select allow anonymous user access. That you need to
Okay.
enable.
Okay.
Clear, guys?
So
now
is it mandatory to map it to any users at the time of development itself?
that is mandatory because without user, right? So then who can access this? Yeah. Like for example, let's say you have some application, right? You have built it and you need to give it to somebody. You'll provide the credentials, no, to log on to that application. Same thing here also. Pradeep?
Yeah,
Yes or
but
no?
generally in another, okay, I'm trying to compare with other integrations. Might be it is
Okay.
different here.
So this other integration would have done public ones. So without user, anybody can access. For example, yesterday we
Yes.
accessed Celsius to Fahrenheit. That's a public web service. So in
So
that case,
one
no credentials are required. Yeah.
one question still, Narasimha, like when to use this direct integration and when to use this application integration. Suppose if I take in a real-time scenario like
Okay. Anyway, once you do some examples, you'll understand. For now, you can just remember that we build a logic here. Yes or no? Like first step, connect to Salesforce. Second step, insert data to Salesforce. Yes or no? Yeah. Now, IICS is, let's say, one application and Salesforce is another application. We are trying to dump what you call data from where? From our application to other application, which is Salesforce. You got right? Which means application, they're talking to each other. Yeah, clear now? When you try to execute this particular API from the browser or Postman, whatever, you got no? Pradeep, that's simple example. Likewise, I'll talk about some more. Pradeep, yeah.
Sure. So can we call the data integration from this application integration?
Yes, I said yes, right? Answer is yes. So
Oh,
that's what I think I answered that 2 times. So Karthik, I think, asked this question. There is a run cloud task. Using that, we could able to call that data integration task. Pradeep. Anyway, I'll show one example. Yeah, fine. Okay, Pradeep.
yeah.
Fine. So now I think
Narasimha, just one question. Like it was showing like Swagger URL, right? So basically, what is a Swagger? I didn't get.
structure.
Yes, ma'am.
See, Swagger is a good question. Swagger is a REST API specification, or we can also say that Swagger is a framework to specify REST APIs. Remember, see, these whatever we are doing, this REST APIs, right? Yes or no, service URL, whatever. So, do you have any structure representation for it? Answer is yes. How do you represent it? By using some means. That's where Swagger comes in. You got no?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fine. So now what a process input is done, right? Yes. Input, we discuss this. Yeah. Now let us create what you call get the data based on what user supplied input. Can you do that? Let us create new. Yeah. So create a process based on the user supplied input. From where? From outside this CAI. Let us do that. Start. This is same. So now we can add input fields, guys. I'll give same name as earlier. Okay. So we can also give output. Let's say out. Yeah. Fine. That's it. So now once we add these two fields, right? Now the next step is what? Add another step, which is assignment step here. Drag and drop assignment step. So you can give the name. Assignment for what? Assignment to check process. Check process. Because we are going to assign value to value to a field and see whether we could able to see effect of this assignment as part of execution or not. Yeah. Then click on assignments. Guys, is it done? Adding assignment step. Yeah. Done, right? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
Narasimha.
Yeah, perfect. So now let us add one field here. Can you see here out? See here out field. We already have it. Use it. And here we can use either field or formula. Click on formula and go over here. Let's say we just select current user. Yeah. Who is the current user? Anonymous, right? That's it. Yeah. Let us get that first. Yeah. We are trying to get it from input. Yeah. Save it. This is how we can assign value to a field. What is output field? OUT. And what is the value we are assigning? Current user. Yeah. Clear, guys? like how to use this assignment step. We are trying to talk here. Publish. Now, same procedure. We can just look at Swagger. See, I'm trying to show Swagger every time because structure is different for different operation that we do, guys. So for example, here, output, input, right? This we need to understand. Yeah. Then copy. Yes, yes. And paste. So here we got out anonymous because current user what? Anonymous, right? That's it. So now we could able to see the effect of assignment step. I hope all of you could able to see this result. Yes or no, guys?
What we have configured in the input?
Input just empty, nothing. Input means input field, right? You're talking about?
Yeah.
Input, nothing. Just added in field name is input. That's all. Rest all defaults.
Okay, based on input, we need the output, right? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, exactly. Can you see out, right? Out is there. Now, question, you are right. Based on the input, we should get output. Now, what we did here as part of assignment step, there is an out, right? Based on the input, this input. Input we supplied what? Current user. So, out equal to current user. So that's what we saw as part of the result. Clear, no? Yes or no? This is from input on.
So basically, like, I mean, if we give any request parameter or something, right? Are we not able to access it here?
No, that also I'm going to talk. This is just what static value, which is the current user, right? That we are going to
Input
see.
is optional, so it is not mandatory to put.
Yeah, that's correct. That's fantastic because there's a required option, right? When you configure input fields. Yes, sir. Required checkbox. If you say required, yes, enable, it is mandatory. Yeah. If not, it's optional. What you said is right, madam. Yeah. Fine. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. So now we are just applying what static value to get the result. Yeah. Please apply this and save and publish and run this URL over here. We should get current user value, which is anonymous. Yeah. Yeah. Done, guys, all. I'm just trying to show step by step. Yeah. If I try to what you call create a complex plus one go, right, you will not be able to understand this basics. Yeah. Yeah. So now let me close this. It's over, right? Now let us go to same thing. Assignment step. We are modifying now. So click on function. Now let us say here instead of current user, yeah, I'll just supply input. Yeah. Say okay. So dollar input dot input. In this case, we need to supply the value. Clear, no? Now let us save it. Publish. Now get this URL. Then paste it. See, empty we got it. We have not supplied. Now to supply, no? What is that name here? Field name input equal to some value. Can you see here? Now we supplied input equal to 111. We got corresponding output. Yes or no? This answered a question. Prakash, I think Prakash asked that question.
Yes, yes, right.
Now you got the answer, right? Which means from URL itself or from API, we can supply input and based on that input, we got the result. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now the next question, can you perform some mathematical operation over here? Yes or no? Apart from just supplying, right? If you look at this Swagger, right, which means structure, So output is 1, input is 1. Yes or no? And we got the direct response as 200, which is successful. Yeah, that is okay. Now the question, can he perform any manipulation over here or not? Answer is what? Yes. For example, let's say we have got input and we can also have, we can perform some other operations also, like concat or whatever, right? We could also do that. For example, we have got functions here, yeah, and supply concat. Concat this with what? We can also have another field which is obtained from this. Yeah, we are concatenating both, which is current user and the data supplied by the user. Clear, guys?
So here we are doing field to field mapping or doing expressions. So what if we want the output to be in a specific structure? For example, if we are getting in the browser as out is equal to some value. What if the JSON I want to be present in the some parent tag like something
I'll come to
ABC or what?
Yeah, that's why it got payload. I'll come to that. Here we are trying to understand very simple examples for a given input. Input could be static value or user supplied value or with a manipulated value. Can we get the results for those operations or not? Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
to answer your question, right? Input is one form, output, let's say, is in another form. Can we get that job done? Answer is yes. That's where the concept of payload comes in or response comes in. Pradeep, yeah, fine.
Okay.
I'll talk about it anyway. So result is in some other form or whatever. Yeah. So now let us try to get this done. Yeah. We got anonymous. Why? Because we concatenated two things, right? One is the user supplied input. Second is what? Current user. So we have not supplied any input. So we got only second one, which is user. Now if we supply input, right? So which is syntax is question mark followed by parameter name, then supplied by value. That's it. See, now we got both ABC anonymous concatenated, right? So this is how we can also apply what you call manipulation. Yeah. Because user, we don't know what they expect, right? If they supply some without input also, they should get some result. And that result should be based on whatever mathematical formula that we have built it. It could be based on static values, or it could be based on some user, it could be based on something else, it could be anything. Yes or no? So these things, we take care of it by using what? Assignment step. I hope assignment step is clear, right, to everyone. Yes or no, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have used formula because it can take care of content as well as what we call field, both. For example, I'll just select this. Now let us say I'll just select content. Content, let's say test. Yeah, just simple content we get. Then publish. See, formula is superset of both. That's why I've used a formula so that it will take care all. Yeah. We got test now. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So that's a content. Yeah. Similarly, we can also select a field. So whatever field we have, right, like input field, yeah, we can supply that. Empty because we did not supply anything here. Yes or no? We supplied input, we got the result. Yeah. So this is how we can also use what field. On top of that, if you want to apply some mathematical formula, then we go with what? Formula selection. But we can do these things also apart from formula. That's why we selected formula, so that we can take care of these things plus extra things. Extra means mathematical operations. Clear, guys? Yes or no?